Morning, Judge.
Morning, Andrew. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Too early to tell.
Huh.
My clerks have had a rough weekend.
They've what?
My clerks have all had a rough weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Katie had a rough weekend. My clerk in Bed River broke her tibia.
Oh, man.
She has to get pins put into her in there, and then you wait for and then they're going to do surgery. So I can only imagine how bad that is.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. A day in the life, right?
I hear that. I hear that.
How was your weekend?
I had a good weekend. I had my kids this past weekend and hung out with them and played some golf. And I didn't touch my computer, but and which usually, I mean, kind of sad to say, like I usually do some work on the weekends, but I decided I was gonna just totally stay away from it. But then I kind of paid for it this morning. So just in terms of feeling like I was kind of behind. So
Unlike you, I never touched my computer on the weekend for work related stuff, but this weekend I did.
yeah, we flipped positions.
Good morning, Mr. Benson.
Morning, Judge. I
How are you
turn up the
today?
volume here.
Okay. Mr. Adams, are you waiting for other individuals?
I believe Leah and Ashley were going to be joining us, but
Okay, we'll give a couple minutes.
okay.
So I'm scheduled for violin lessons at 5 o'clock today.
Okay.
So can I plan for that? Or should
For
I make
what?
other arrangements?
What kind of lessons?
Violin.
Oh,
Yeah, I believe you can plan on because Attorney Benson, your schedule opened up for tomorrow, correct?
Yes, all I have tomorrow is I think I have a 10 o'clock status conference with Judge Winton is the only thing I have. Otherwise, the rest of the day is open. So I propose starting at 11 again if we got to, we went past today, so.
Yeah, I believe you should plan on your lessons, Judge Woolley.
Let you know right now that I haven't touched my violin for 2 weeks, so I'm kind of a little shaky. My regular teachers, she went to Colorado to spend the summer with her grandson. I said, how could you desert me like that? And she's have no problem. It's her only grandchild, so she's like, she wants to be there to spoil him. I wish her all the best for that one.
There's my client coming in.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Did you get my last email, Miss Emery? About 10 minutes ago? Okay.
Raven. This is Katie from the tribal court.
Hi.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we could hear you.
Mhm.
Okay, and you can hear us fine?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chicago was in the playoffs and Washington going for the third. Right, you catch that, right? Take care of the house. Okay, everybody's here. Do we have everybody here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm getting a sign on my screen that says my internet is unstable. But so far I can hear everybody, so let's start. Read the case, please.
Case today is in the interest of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin versus Raven Emery. Case number 20-CD-211. Presiding today is the Honorable Judge Stephen Woolley. The appearances for the record, Your Honor, are tribal attorneys Ashley Duffy, Andrew Adams, and Leah Jers. The defendant Raven Emery with attorney Adam Benson.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just to get it on the record, I'm of the understanding that we may need to start a little bit later tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Attorney Benson had requested 11 a.m., which is fine with us.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, so tomorrow was originally scheduled for 9 o'clock, but let's make it 11.
Thank you.
Okay, that's if we don't finish today. If we get to the point where we're about an hour out and we think we can get it done within an hour or so, we'll work through today. But if not, we'll come back tomorrow at 11. Okay, do we want to look at, what do we want to look at for break times? 1:30?
That's fine.
Mr. Adams?
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, and if after we get through that, we get down towards the end, if you guys want to break, let me know. Okay, we'll break at 1:30. Unless we're in the middle of a crucial point, and we'll finish up that point, and then we'll go to a break. We'll break for what, 45 minutes? Okay, all right. This is the trial. St. Croix versus Raven Emery. The tribe has the burden of proof here. They need to convince the court by clear, convincing, satisfying evidence that the allegations made in a complaint that was filed are by clear and convincing evidence. The tribe will then present their case first, and we'll start with an opening statement. After the tribe has presented their opening statement, Mr. Benson will be given an opportunity to make an opening statement on behalf of his client. After the opening statements are made, the tribe will present their case. After the tribe presents any witness called will be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Benson. Any witnesses called? After the tribe has presented their case, Mr. Benson will be given the opportunity to present his case. Any witnesses these calls will be subject to cross-examination. After all the testimony is given, you guys will be given an opportunity to do a closing argument. Okay, any questions on any of that?
No, Your Honor. Would it be all right if I defer my opening statement after they make their case in chief and before I put Ms. Emery on?
Yes, you may. Okay, with that, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. And just one question I have is if I've got some witnesses that are where I've tried to kind of plan ahead in terms of when they would join, but if one joins a little early, would it be possible to put them in essentially like a Zoom waiting room where they're not like they're just kind of like in a holding room. They can't see the hearing or anything like that. And then once they're ready, they can be let into the trial.
Yeah, I would prefer your witnesses be sequestered. What do you have, 5 witnesses?
I believe so, Your Honor. And I don't believe there's going to be any overlap, but if one comes, then I'll sequester them in a waiting room where they can't access the trial until they're let in.
Okay. I know normally the court has control of that, but that's not the way this is working. You have the control. So I guess what I would ask you to do is if that person does come on, you let us know that they came on and you put them in the waiting room and so we can just note it. That is on the record that has occurred. Mr. Benson, do you have any comments on that?
I agree with the sequestration, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Do you have any witnesses that you plan to call?
Myself? Miss Emery would be the sole witness that I would call, Your Honor.
Okay, so she's not getting sequestered. Okay, Mr. Adams, you ready?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And may it please the court, Your Honor, we're here today to take up the matter of St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin versus Raven Emery, and it's case number 20-CV-211. And Your Honor, the evidence that the tribe intends to present today will establish that Miss Emery received an advantage that other tribal members did not have access to because of her family connections, that she was able to receive payment for her tuition, her college tuition, directly from the tribe's casinos, as opposed to all of it following tribal governmental procedure. The evidence the tribe will present will also include a discussion of the tribe's education department tuition assistance program, that Miss Emery initially received a small amount of tuition assistance from the program through the proper channels, but then later received 3 full semesters of tuition payments directly from the tribe's casinos, as opposed to or from the tribe's government. Although the tribe has brought this litigation against Miss Emery, it has done so only with the goal of obtaining a return of the funds that she received in violation of the tribe's laws. It does not intend to vilify Miss Emery or shame her for obtaining a college education in any way, shape, or form. In total, the tribe is requesting restitution in the amount of $50,204.19, which is the sum of the 7 checks alleged in the complaint that came from the St. Croix casinos. The tribe is not seeking the return of any of the tuition funding that Miss Emery received from the tribe's education department, as this was awarded to her through the appropriate channels as a tribal member seeking college education and receiving those funds through the tribal government's recognized and established educational program. And so, Your Honor, through the presentation of the tribe's case today, the tribe has submitted to the court and to the opposing side, I believe 28 marked exhibits that we intend to, to walk through during the trial. And the tribe has also identified 5 witnesses that we intend to call. The first witness will be Karen Washington, and she is scheduled to join via Zoom here at 11:15 a.m. And through the introduction of the witnesses, Your Honor, the tribe will show the court that the $50,204.19 of disbursements that were made either directly to or on Miss Emery's behalf did not follow, the proper protocols through, the tribe's educational assistance program. And and we'll show at the end of the trial that it was that these weren't proper, and they were essentially like an unauthorized disbursement that was made. And so with that, Your Honor, I've my first witness has joined the hearing, and I would like to call her to testify. And her name is Carrie Stafford, and so would ask the clerks to swear her in.
And I'll just note for the record that Attorney Benson had asked to refer his opening statement to later. Mr. Benson, is that still the case?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, then call the witness and swear her in, please.
Hi, Carrie. Can you please raise your right hand for me, please? Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, clerk. Okay, good morning, Carrie. Can you, would you please state your full name for the record?
Carrie Lynn Stanford.
Okay, thank you. And Carrie, what, or actually strike that. Who is your employer, Carrie?
St. Croix Tribal.
And, oh, I'm sorry, what was the end of your answer?
I was just trying to figure, St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin.
Okay, in which department do you work for?
The accounting department?
Okay, and do you work in the accounting department for the tribal government or for is it for the tribal government itself?
No, I work for the gaming portion.
Okay, so you work for the tribe's casinos?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess like during the pandemic, are you going into the office or are you working from home?
During the pandemic, I was actually working from home. I am home today because I was ill.
Okay, and where are the where are the physical offices for the casino's finance department or accounting department? Where are they located?
The St. Croix Casino Turtle Lake, so in Turtle Lake, Wisconsin.
Okay. All right. And how long have you worked in the position that you're in now?
Since 2003.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Carrie, can you kind of explain to me just like what your job duties are?
My job duties are to reconcile all our accounts or make sure they're reconciled if I don't do that portion of it. Make sure the balance sheet's balanced, the income statements are correct. I look at the disbursements that are signed by the general managers and look at all the checks.
Okay. And so Carrie, when you say disbursements, would that include that like checks, like physical paper checks that are created, on behalf of the St. Croix casinos?
Yes.
Okay, so in your job, you play a role in generating those checks on behalf of the casino?
No.
Okay. Do you have a role in terms of like when the checks are printed out?
Not usually. They're usually the way AP works is a normal invoice or disbursement will have a net of when they're due. So net 10, 15, 30, 45. A lot of times if it's a person and there is no terms, it's usually due that day or close to it. So if you're talking like reimbursements or something like that, we usually try to get that to the person as soon as possible just because they use their own money for it.
Okay. Okay. So Your Honor, I'd like to share a document with the court through like a screen share and have the witness review the document so that I can ask some questions. Want to ask the court's permission before I do that screen share of the document.
Benson,
No objection, Your Honor.
proceed, Mr. Adams.
Well, I assume it's going to be one of the existing exhibits you
Yeah,
filed. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be and going to have to kind of jump around based. So the exhibit list starts off at 1 and goes down in sequential order, but because of the availability of my witnesses today, I'm going to have to kind of jump around a little bit. So the first exhibit that I'm going to start off with is exhibit number 12.
You may proceed if you're waiting for me.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so, Carrie, can you see this document that's being displayed, on the Zoom?
Yes,
Okay, and, or actually, I'm sorry, let's start off with, or actually, I'm sorry, this will work. Let's start off with Exhibit 12. So, Carrie, this document that you're seeing now, this would be like this isn't a check that is issued by the tribal government. I'm sorry, this isn't a check that's issued by the St. Croix casinos, correct?
correct.
Okay. Yeah, my apologies. Hold on one second. Okay, if we could skip to Exhibit 15. So, this document, Carrie, would this be representative just in general of like a check that's issued by the St. Croix casinos?
Yes,
Okay. And is this so I guess just for my own benefit, when a check like this is generated, is it generated in your offices, or does the bank generate like this check on their end?
no, this is generated in my office.
Okay, so you guys would have like blank checks and like some type of directive would come from management to pay a certain bill, and then you guys would essentially like create this type of check, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the first page of Exhibit 15 is it's got this stamp at the bottom. It's RE 0261, and then the second page of Exhibit 15 is this RE 0262. And Carrie, are you familiar with like what this document is kind of, I mean, not specifically what's written, but the form of this document?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just explain to me like what a request for disbursement, like the function of this document?
This function is to let us know that we are able to pay a bill.
Okay.
So it has to have an amount, who it's to, and a signature.
Okay. And is and I would assume that the signature is there to show you that the request for disbursement is approved?
Correct.
Okay. And so on this document, Carrie, can you tell me the request date?
July 15th.
Okay, and at that time in July of 2015, who would have authority to sign off on to approve one of these documents?
Leva Ustagov,
Okay, and what was his title at the time?
CEO.
Okay. And so so the amount that is specified on this request for disbursement is that the same amount that would always show up on the check that would be generated, from this request?
Unless there were two disbursements,
Okay.
but you'd see it in the memo spot.
Okay. And so this check in particular, that has the check number 173202. This would be a check that was generated from the casino's bank accounts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And okay, so and Carrie, that line underneath the amount where it says 2 signatures required for amounts over 5,000, check invalid after 1 year. Like from your standpoint, is there a reason why there's only one signature on the check right now?
Yes, when the checks get copied, they get copied all at once. So if they do more than one check, they copy it right after they do the check, cut the check, and then I sign it after I look at it. So it's not signed when we copy it, but when I look at it, I sign it.
Okay. So essentially the reason why there isn't another signature is because this check hasn't like left the physical custody of the casino by this time.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, with that, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 15 be admitted onto the record. And it comprises documents RE0261, RE0262, and RE0263.
Mr. Benson?
No objection, subject to cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 15 is admitted on the record, subject to cross-examination. Okay, Mr. Anthony.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, Carrie, this next document that has the it's got the stamp of 0341 on it, and it's also got an Exhibit 16 stamp in the bottom left-hand corner. Can you explain to me like what these documents kind of what they tell us, what they represent?
The top one, well, they're both from the bank. And depending at the time, where is it? Okay, Wisconsin Bank and Trust. So they're both copies from the bank that the bank gave us, but the top copy, since I signed it, means I've already looked at it and looked at the backup to it and made sure the signatures were there. And it looks like it was cashed.
Okay. And so the bottom image, would it be fair to say that that's like a copy of the back of the check after it had been submitted to a bank?
Correct.
Okay. And so, like, what is there a purpose, or is there a use for a document like this from like an accounting standpoint?
No.
Okay. Would you use like would these documents be helpful in terms of like reconciling the tribe's bank accounts?
No.
Okay. Does it serve, do they serve any purpose that is helpful to like the tribe's accounting department?
No,
Okay, but the back would tell you guys though that it had been submitted for either deposit or some other type of processing by another bank.
correct.
Okay,
So if we wanted to verify signature or make sure, then yes, it does serve a purpose. It's just, we don't use them.
okay. All right, with that, Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept Exhibit 16 onto the record.
Mr. Benson,
Again, no objection, subject to cross-examination, Your Honor.
document is admitted subject to cross-examination. You may continue on, Mr. Adams.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Carrie, this document that's got the stamp 0280 and it's also got the stamp of Exhibit 17. Does this represent also like a check that was issued from the St. Croix casinos?
Yes,
Okay. And this next document with the stamp of 0281, is this also essentially like a true and accurate, representation of the request for disbursement that would accompany that previous document?
yes.
Okay. And Carrie, this next document, 0282, would it was it common for the request for disbursement to have additional information attached to them?
If at all possible, yes.
Okay. And would this back up more additional information? Would that, I mean, can you explain to me what purpose it served for the accounting department?
This just basically let us know what to put on the check. Like the ID number, the student ID number, where to send the check. And it looks like that's about the only information that we have since there's no amount. So basically it was just where to send the check and what to put on the check.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 17 that's marked as pages 0280, 0281, and 0282 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 17.
Mr. Benson,
Same as before, Your Honor, no objection, subject to cross.
so your request to admit this as evidence is granted subject to cross-examination. You may continue.
And Carrie, when it came to disbursements to either individuals or entities like this, did the casino at the time like have any type of like policies related to say like taxpayer identification or anything like that, like through like a is it a W-9 that folks can use to collect information about taxpayers?
Yes. No, at the time there wasn't any
Okay.
same procedures.
And so this next document, Carrie, that's got the stamp of 0339, and it's also got the stamp of Exhibit 18. Do you see this document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me what this document is?
It's the check after it leaves our hand. So it's from the bank.
Okay, so this is a copy of the front and the back of the check after it had been tendered to another financial institution for processing?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept onto the record the document with the Bates stamp of 0339, and also it's got the stamp of Exhibit 18, that it be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 18.
Mr. Benson,
Objection, subject to cross-examination, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 18 is accepted as evidence, subject to cross-examination. May continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So this next document, Carrie, that's got the stamp of 0283. Can you explain to me what this document is?
Copy of a check.
Okay. And this the to the order of, or the payee is Ohio State University?
Correct.
Okay. And the check's in the amount of $7,109.50?
Correct.
Okay. And so this next document with the 0284, can you tell me what this document is?
A request for disbursement to the Ohio State University.
Okay. And with this document where it's got the donation, or strike that. So with this document, where like in the four line, can you tell me what that part of the document says?
Donation, travel payment, final payment for Raven Emery tuition student ID 200355113.
Okay.
$7,950.
And Carrie, when at the time, it looks like this document is dated back from February of 2017. But when it came to disbursements that were labeled as a donation, was it, like, would they follow a separate policy than, say, a check that was cut to, like, say, the electrical company that provided utility services to the casino?
Not at the time.
Okay. And in the time that you've been in the casino's accounting department, is it common for the St. Croix casinos to cut checks directly to universities for tuition on behalf of tribal members?
No.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would ask that that these two documents with the Bates stamps of 0283 and 0284 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 19.
Mr. Benson,
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit 19 is entered on the record, subject to cross-examination of the defendant. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this next document, Carrie, with the date stamp is 0340. Is this again like a copy of the front and the back of the check that we just talked about?
Yes,
Okay. And so just for the sake of this document specifically, this representation, it shows to the accounting department that it was presented to another financial institution for processing?
yes,
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that document 0340 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 20.
No objection, subject to cross.
Mr. Benson? Exhibit 20, subject to cross-examination, is admitted to the record. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So Carrie, this next document, the 0285 with the stamp of 0285, is this a check from St. Croix Casinos also?
yes,
Okay, in the amount of $7,337.40?
yes,
Okay, and this one is made out to Ohio State University also?
yes,
Okay, and it's got Raven Emery's name and student ID number on the check also?
yes,
And the next document with the stamp of 0286, is this the correlating request for disbursement for the previous document?
it is.
Okay. And this next document, the 0287, can you explain to me what this document is?
The backup that we got, why she needed the money.
Okay. And so this is like the justification that would have come with the request for disbursement?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that documents with the stamps 0285 through 0287 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 21.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit 21 is accepted as evidence subject to cross-examination by the defendant. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Carrie, so document 0335 with the stamp of 0335. Is it fair to say that this is a front and back copy of the previous check that we discussed?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the document with the stamp of 0335 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 22.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit 22 is admitted as evidence subject to cross-examination by the defendant. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So this next document with the date stamp of 0288, is this again, Carrie, a check from the casinos?
Yes,
Okay, and this one is in the amount of $7,337.40?
yes,
Okay, made out to Ohio State University on behalf of Miss Emery?
yes,
Okay. And this next document, the 0289, this is the request for disbursement for the check?
correct.
Okay. And again, this would be the backup for the request for disbursement?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that documents with the stamp of 0288 through 0290 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 23.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit number 23 is accepted as evidence subject to cross-examination by the defendant. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And this next document with the stamp 0336, this would be the copy of the front and the back of the check after it had been submitted for processing to another financial institution?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the document with the stamp of 0336 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 24.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit number 24 is admitted as evidence subject to cross-examination of the defendant. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. This document with the stamp of 0291, again, this is this would be a check of the casino. Is that correct, Carrie?
Correct.
Okay. And again, this one is in the amount of $7,342.40.
Correct.
Made out to Ohio State University on behalf of Miss Emery.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the document with the stamp of 0292 is the request for disbursement that accompanies that check?
Correct.
Okay. And 0293, this would be the backup for the request for disbursement?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that documents with the stamps of 0291 through 0293 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 25.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit number 25 is admitted as evidence subject to cross-examination by the defense. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And 0337 can you confirm, Carrie, that this is the front and back of that previous check that we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that document stamped 0337 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 26.
Mr. Benson,
No objection, subject to cross-examination.
Exhibit number 26 is admitted as evidence subject to cross-examination by the defendant. You may continue.
And document 0294, can you confirm, Carrie, that this again is a check issued by St. Croix Casinos?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this one's in the amount of $7,342.40
Yes,
and made out to Ohio State University on behalf of Miss Emery?
yes.
Okay. And then 0295 is the request for disbursement that accompanies that check?
Yes,
Okay. And 0296 is the backup to the request?
correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that document 0294, 0295, and 0296 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 27.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit 27 is admitted on the record subject to cross-examination of the defendant. You may continue.
And document 0338 is would be the front and back copy of the check we just discussed?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 0338 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 28.
No objection, subject to cross.
Exhibit 28 is admitted on the record as evidence subject to cross-examination of the defendant. You may continue.
These documents and these checks, the request for disbursements, how would they normally be like presented to you, Carrie, in your capacity?
Presented to me, usually attached to the check.
Okay, and would they come via email or like would they physically be, provided or?
Sometimes they were faxed over and then sometimes they were inter-officed over.
Okay. And would like your office mail them to the vendor, or would somebody else handle like presenting them to whoever the payee of the check is?
It depends on if there were a special request on the disbursement.
Okay.
Went to Ohio State. I'm assuming that we mailed them, but I can't be sure.
Okay, but sometimes you guys would mail them and sometimes they would get picked up?
Correct.
Okay. Well, with that, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Hey, Mr. Benson, are you ready to cross-examine?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you. Carrie, I apologize. What's your last name?
Stanford,
Stanford?
Stanford.
Thank you. And Ms. Stanford, and again, you work in the accounting department for the tribe?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I'd like to go back and look at Exhibit 15. You're familiar with that document. And Attorney Adams might have to bring it back up unless you have it in front of you. Now, on the second page of that, it says donation. So you previously testified that checks don't come out of the general fund for education. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would donations come out of the general fund?
Yes,
Okay. So, and it clearly it says donations there. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And I can't tell the name there. Who was the request by on Exhibit 15?
Can you scroll up just a little bit more? Or down, sorry. Requested by Penny Till,
Penny Till. And who is Penny Till?
the executive admin.
And when you say executive admin, is she a person that handles these requests for the tribe? Or someone calls her and says, please make this request for disbursement to the accounting office?
Yes, someone calls her.
Okay. And that was approved by Leva Ustagoff, is that correct?
Correct,
And at that time, he was the CEO of the tribe, you testified?
correct.
Now, at that time, did Leva Ustagoff have the authority to make that approval?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so he has, it's your testimony, he has the authority to make a donation out of the general fund. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes,
so by policy, tribal policy, he could issue that check to Miss Emery.
correct.
Okay. And then looking at Exhibit 16, and I try not to do this with every check, on the page there, is that your signature then alongside Mr. Ustagoff's?
It is.
Okay, and it required your signature for this check to be able to be cashed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so for you, this was the normal operating procedure. Mr. Ustagoff could make a request for a donation. He had the authority to do so, and you would sign off then after he approved it, you would also sign the check.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the only reason I'm doing this a little bit further, Exhibit 17, it does not say donation. Did you inquire at that time as to whether or not this check was being issued as a donation as well?
Can I see that?
It would be the second page of Exhibit 17. It just says 1/2 of tuition for Raven Emery.
No, we wouldn't even have, because it's a 50%. So wherever the first 50%, the second 50% would go to.
Okay, so the first 50% isn't a donation. So this amount of $7,109.50 to Ohio State was requested by Penny Till. And then I'm looking at the approval there at the bottom. That doesn't look like Leva's signature. Can you tell me whose signature that might be?
Leave us.
Oh, it is. Maybe I just,
He sometimes Leva would sign it as Leva Ustagoff, and sometimes he would sign things as Dino.
okay, understood. I know him both ways as well. And again, Mr. Ustagoff had the authority to issue this check out of the general fund?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and who gave him that authority?
Tribal council at the time.
Okay, so. All right, one moment. Then looking at Exhibit 19, very briefly, just to confirm, again, that was a donation, correct?
Correct.
And requested by Ms. Till, approved by Mr. Ustagoff. And again, Mr. Ustagoff had the authority to make that disbursement from the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. Again, Exhibit 21. It says donation. Correct?
Correct.
And the check is from the general fund, general operating account, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, Mr. Ustagoff was still CEO at that time?
He was.
And he still had the authority to make that disbursement.
Yes, he did.
And that authority was granted to him by the tribal council.
Yes, it was.
Exhibit 23. Again, it says donation, correct?
Yes,
Requested by Ms. Thill. Or Thill, I'm sorry. And approved by
Yes.
Mr. Ustigoff.
yes,
And again, well within his authority as CEO of the tribe.
yes.
Exhibit 25, I'll just ask the same questions. I'll ask them quickly. 1/2 of tuition requested by Ms. Thill, approved by Mr. Ustigoff, with authority granted to him by the tribal council.
Can you scroll up a little bit? There we go. Yes,
And then I finally, exhibit 27, same questions, Ms. Stanford. Monies issued to Ohio State University Office of the Bursar. Requested by Ms. Thill, approved by Mr. Ustigoff with authority of the tribe.
yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Adams.
Carrie, when it came to Mr. Ustigoff's authority that was provided by tribal council, did that include the authority to make disbursements to like individual tribal members
Yes,
for non-casino related business expenses?
if he chose to, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Ustigoff was just given the authority to write checks to whoever he wanted to?
Not write the checks, but he could sign off to have the checks cut, yes.
Okay. So there were no controls that were placed on Mr. Ustigoff's authority to authorize checks?
No,
Okay. And there was no internal reporting procedures like at the casino concerning, like, say, checks that had no gaming related purpose?
no.
Okay, thank you. That's all of the questions I have, Your Honor.
Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
Hold on for a second, I'm thinking. Stanford,
Yes,
I noticed your signatures on each one of those checks.
Correct.
mentioned. Have you ever declined to sign one of those
No.
checks?
I've argued but never declined.
You indicated early on in the conversation or the exact in question that you had never seen a check made out to universities.
Correct.
Has that changed? Has that changed since this
No.
time? So this is the only time in your recollection that checks have been made out to universities?
That I can recollect, yes.
Is the amount of the check unusual?
Yes,
Normally you don't get donations like that for that amount?
no,
And Mr. Adams, you may cross-examine the witness to the scope of the questions that I asked.
So, Carrie, in the times that you argued or strike that, I don't want to say argued, but you indicated to Judge Booley that there were times where you did question or said something about a check.
correct.
Yeah, who would you have those conversations with?
Leva Ustagov?
Okay, and were you ever just told directly to sign the checks?
Yes,
And were you ever told what would happen if you didn't sign checks?
yes.
And what were you told would happen if you didn't sign the checks?
Then this is gonna be hearsay.
Why would it? Oh, because you were there.
Stop. Rephrase the question, Mr. Adams.
So what was that an objection that Attorney Benson? Were you testifying, Attorney Benson, or was that an
No,
objection?
I was filing an objection because whatever comes out of her mouth is a third-party statement. And unless that person's testifying, that can't come in.
So, okay, I'll rephrase it. So, Carrie, were you ever in fear of losing your job?
Yes,
And why were you in fear of losing your job?
because Leva told me if I didn't do my job.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, sorry.
I believe she can continue to answer that, and the judge can make a determination as to.
Once I object, she stops and then the judge makes a determination.
It's a third-party statement and I'm sustaining the objection.
So, Carrie, were you ever directed by anybody else to sign checks related to Miss Emery?
No,
Okay. And did anyone ever have any conversations with you about checks related to Miss Emery?
I don't understand the question.
So did anyone outside of Miss Phil or Mr. Emery have, conversations with you about checks on behalf of Miss Emery?
No,
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Benson, you may cross-examine the witness to the scope of the questions that I asked and the
Thank
scope of Mr. Adams' questions.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford, the judge had asked you a couple questions. That is your signature on all those checks, correct?
correct.
Have you been charged by the tribe with any financial wrongdoing?
No,
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Stanford, thank you for your time. You may step down.
thank you.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got my next witness logging into the hearing. And Mr. Reynolds, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Reynolds, would it be possible for you to turn your camera on?
sure. Just give me a second.
All right, thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Your Honor, the tribe would like to call Mr. William Reynolds as a as a witness and would ask that the court swear him in.
You swear in the witness.
Oh, Bill, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Would you please state your full name for the record?
William Joseph Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Reynolds, what's your or I actually strike that. Let me take a step back. Mr. Reynolds, are you a St. Croix tribal member?
Correct.
Okay, and what's your current employment?
I work with the tribal council as secretary treasurer.
Okay, so you were elected to tribal council as the secretary treasurer?
Correct.
Okay, and what year were you elected as secretary treasurer?
2 years ago.
Okay, and is this your first term on council?
Correct.
Okay, and what'd you do before you were elected to tribal council?
I worked in gaming business down in Turtle Lake.
Okay, and what title did you have then?
Before I was elected,
Yes, sir.
I was a gaming commissioner.
Okay, so and as a gaming commissioner, did you apply for the position, or were you appointed by the tribal council?
Actually, I was appointed.
Okay, so that was an appointed position on the gaming commission?
Correct.
Okay. And so as a gaming commissioner for the tribe, or a past gaming commissioner, I would assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Reynolds, that you're familiar with the tribe's gaming laws?
Yes, it's been a while, but yeah, I am.
Okay, and so just from 30,000 feet, when the tribe is going to, if a tribe is going to operate a casino, I would assume that they've got to have like some laws or regulations that kind of control the operation of that casino, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can you just explain to me like what your job duties were as an appointed gaming commissioner?
Well, that's a wide area there, but basically it's to oversee the policies and procedures that the casino comes up with, to make sure they follow their own policies and procedures, follow procedures that come down from the NIGC and NIGA, to work with all the departments with policies and procedures as to how the gaming works.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Reynolds is a tribal member. Have you in the past or currently have you received per capita distributions from the tribe?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to me what your understanding of a per capita distribution is?
Per capita distribution to me, working in the business for a while, I kind of understand a little bit that the revenue that is generated by our gaming businesses is distributed to our membership.
Okay. And so, Mr. Reynolds, I'm gonna share a couple documents with you. And the first one is gonna be the it is gonna be the tribe's gaming ordinance, if I can get this thing to work.
Stipulate to that exhibit.
Okay. I'll take Attorney Benson up on that. So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce onto the record what's marked as Exhibit Number 1, which is the tribe's federally approved gaming ordinance.
Mr. Benson, I understand you're stipulating to this?
Correct. I've seen it before, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted as evidence as stipulated by the defendant.
Okay, great, thank you. And so, Mr. Reynolds, it would be fair to say that this document would control like how gaming occurs on St. Croix lands?
Correct.
Okay, and the document also has some controls on what the revenue that's generated from the casinos, like what that can be used for by the tribe?
Correct.
Okay. And so this next document that I'm going to show it's marked as Exhibit 2, and it's stamped 50 through 64. This is the tribe's revenue allocation plan.
I'll stipulate to that as well.
All right, and I'll take Attorney Benson up on that. Your Honor, I would like to have Exhibit 2 entered in onto the record for the trial.
By way of stipulation from Mr. Benson, this document is accepted as evidence. You may continue.
And so with a revenue allocation plan, Mr. Reynolds, is it fair to say that the revenue allocation plan controls how per capita distributions are to be made to individual tribal members?
On how it is or how much of it?
I guess both. Does it kind of impact how per capita distributions are made to tribal members?
Yes.
Okay. And so under the revenue allocation plan, just bear with me a second. I'm gonna find the so under Article 4 of the revenue allocation plan, my understanding under Section 4.2 is that it should be essentially like all tribal members would be eligible for a per capita distribution.
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to object to the relevance of what the per cap has to do with my client allegedly receiving too much money for college.
Your Honor, I'm trying to lay the foundation concerning.
Hold on.
Yep.
Mr. Benson, clarify your objection.
What does per capita disbursement have to do with the funds my client allegedly received through the wrong way What does it have? What does a per cap distribution have to do with this case in particular?
Okay, Mr. Adams.
Well, what it has to do with, Your Honor, is that when a tribal member receives disbursements directly from the tribe's casino or from the tribe's tribal government that fall outside of the revenue allocation plan, those are unauthorized disbursements. So if there is not a general assistance / general welfare need, for those disbursements, then disbursements that are issued by the tribe's casino or the tribe's tribal government to an individual tribal member, they have to conform with a revenue allocation plan. And you can't use the label of a donation to skirt that to an individual tribal member. So I'm trying to lay the foundation that under federal law and the tribe's federally approved revenue allocation plan, that disbursements that are made to individual disbursements that are made to tribal members that don't fit a purported specific need, they have to be equal. That's the whole purpose of a revenue
I'm going to
allocation
overrule the
plan.
objection. You may continue.
I'm sorry, what was that, Your Honor?
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Reynolds, is it your understanding that when per capita distributions are made to individual tribal members that they're supposed to be in equal shares?
Correct.
And are there any exceptions to that you know of, Mr. Reynolds?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you, Mr. Reynolds, if say like elders could receive say an extra like an increased amount than say adult members of a tribe?
You mean as to getting more than what the regular membership would?
Yeah.
That it would. To me, it would.
Okay. And so, Mr. Reynolds, this next document, this notice of violation with that is stamped 0065. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to me what a notice of violation is that's issued by the National Indian Gaming Commission?
Notice of violation is if we or the tribe or the gaming part has a violation with our policies and procedures, how things operate. And maybe they come in as, NIGC come in and does an audit and they find something, and they'll issue a notice of violation.
Okay. And with this notice of violation, did it come with any type of penalties, Mr. Reynolds?
Sometimes they would, give us a violation. It could be just a notice saying, hey, this could be a violation, you need to fix it. Or possibly they could put a monetary amount on it.
Okay. And Mr. Reynolds, I'm gonna point your attention to page 17 of the notice of violation, and it would be paragraph N as in Nancy, and it talks about violations 132 through 135. do these violations pertain specifically to Miss Raven Emery?
Yes.
Okay. And on the next page, on page 18, where it continues to discuss violations 132 through 135, does the notice of violation, can you read to me where under that subparagraph 4, what the notice of violation there says?
The funds were paid from the casino's donation account, not the tribe's educational department allocation described in resolution 3.2.15.3.
Okay, thank you. And then can you read that next number 5 there?
A donation to an individual tribal member made outside the criteria established for the approval government program is not permissible use of net gaming revenue.
Okay, thank you. And then can you read that next number 6?
There is no evidence that the payments are legitimate operating expenses consistent with professional accounting pronouncements. Therefore, they must be added back into the net revenues, the spending, which is limited to the IGRA, NIGC regulations, and the tribe's gaming ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then can you read that next number 7?
The payments of personal education expenses were not made pursuant to the tribe's RAP or established tribal programs, and the payments do not fall within any of the use of the gaming revenue categories permitted by IGRA and NIGC regulations or the tribe's gaming ordinance.
Okay, and then can you read lastly that sub number 8?
Each of the 4 payments is improper use of the net revenue, therefore a violation of IGRA and NIGC regulations and the tribe's gaming ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Reynolds, when did you first learn of this notice of violation?
Oh, not too long after they actually issued it to the tribe.
Okay. Okay. And okay. And so this next document, Mr. Reynolds, with the stamp of 0095, this is exhibit, it's marked as exhibit 4. Attorney Benson, do you have any objections to this exhibit being entered onto the record?
Not 3 or 4. They can both come in.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Reynolds, this notice of proposed civil fine assessment, is it fair to say that this is the document that came after the notice of violation?
Yes.
Okay. And so on page 0101 or Bates number 0101, it would be page 7 of the notice of proposed fine. Can you, Mr. Reynolds, can you read that paragraph 14 for the court, please?
After balancing the factors, I believe a $5.5 million fine is appropriate. There are few violations more serious than abusing the trust in the electorate for personal gain. The tribe, through the submission and those of a fellow council member, has demonstrated extraordinary willfulness and bad faith in allowing the violations to continue.
Okay, so Mr. Reynolds, the tribe received a $5.5 million fine for the various violations of tribal and federal law that were outlined in the notice of violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Reynolds, this document that it's titled settlement agreement and it's got exhibit 5 stamped on it. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Benson, any objections to this document being entered in onto the record as exhibit 5?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept this document as exhibit 5 on the record.
Since defendant has not objected to it, the court will accept it as evidence as exhibit 5. You may continue.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Reynolds, on page 2 of this document, it's my understanding that the tribe and the NIGC agreed to reduce the $5.5 million fine to $1 million based on the tribe taking certain steps. Is that your understanding also?
Correct.
Okay. And it's also my understanding that one of the steps that the tribe agreed to in the settlement agreement was like trying to recoup like some of the funds that were identified in the notice of violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reynolds, can you just explain to me, like, in your position as a tribal council member, how this this NOV and the settlement agreement have impacted the tribe?
As a tribal member, looking at it that way, knowing that the monies that are, being spent to take care of this or to resolve this, that monies could have been going for a different cause. And kind of following that as a tribal council member, to have to do this for our membership is disappointing due to what's happened with the NOVs, to put our membership through these hardships, with money not being the way it was and being hit with the NOVs. It's terrible for our membership.
And I would assume, or strike that. I don't want to make any assumptions, but so Mr. Reynolds, has the tribe had to expend time and energy and money kind of correcting things in light of the NOV and the settlement agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And I would assume considerable amounts of time and resources to essentially right the ship, if that's fair to say.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Reynolds at this time.
Mr. Benson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Reynolds, I'm sorry, you said you're currently a member, or are you on the tribal council
Correct.
currently? Correct? And how long have you been on the tribal council?
For the last 2 years.
Have you served on the tribal council at any other time prior to this?
No,
And then you were also a gaming commissioner, I heard?
correct.
And how long did you serve in that capacity?
Almost 6 years.
Okay. Going back to, I believe, Exhibit 2, which has to do with per capita disbursements. You're familiar with that document, correct?
Correct.
And was it your testimony that all distribution is to be equal among the members of the tribe?
Correct.
So is that all distributions from all sources of income?
From our gaming revenue.
Okay. So, for example, what is the current monthly per capita per member?
We don't have any right now.
Okay. Are there elders still receiving disbursements?
On a general welfare.
Okay. So currently, there's not equal disbursement of tribal funds to its members.
I guess you could look at it that way, yes.
And then looking at exhibit number 3, page 17 that Attorney Adams previously walked you through, page 17 and 18, is that the only mention of Raven Emery in the document? Sure, not.
I haven't read that document in a while, so I would have to say I'm not sure.
Okay. And you would agree that at that point in time, issued 4 checks totaling $28,893.80, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at exhibit 5, one of the, I guess for want of a better term, to-dos or orders, excuse me, I got to find my front page. Part of the settlement agreement, it's ordered that the tribe shall seek repayment of $28,893.80 from Raven Emery, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that amount supposed to include interest or other fees, or just recover that amount?
From what I understand, it's just to recover that amount.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Adams, do you take this to the top of this particular exhibit, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm looking for the date that the settlement agreement was made. Or was signed off on. August 21st and 24th of 2020 was last year. The next thing I want to look at is I want to look at the notice of violation, the date that that was issued. Is that November 19th of 20? No, that's not it. April 11th, 2019. Mr. Reynolds,
Yes, sir.
when did you first become aware that Raven Emery was receiving her tuition paid at Ohio State University?
After we got seated in June
Last year,
of 19,
2019.
correct.
Were you a gaming commissioner when this document was generated? Notice of violation?
On that date of April, I was.
How long after this document was generated were you a commissioner?
Can you say that again, sir?
How long were you on a commissioner after this document was generated? After April 11th of 2019, how long were you a commissioner?
Little over a month.
All right. Mr. Adams, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I actually do, Your Honor. Um, So, Mr. Reynolds, under this section 5.1, the sharing in per capita payments, under on page 5 under sub C, could you would you mind reading that sub C for the court, please?
Third and equal shares to eligible adults, including legal incompetent persons, such total amount as a tribal council shall determine, provided the shares to eligible tribal members 55 years of age and older may be higher or lower than the shares of younger eligible adults, so long as eligible tribal members of the same number of whole years and age receive the same shares.
Okay, thank you. And you had testified previously that tribal member or elders are receiving, receiving payments. And I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions about Anishinaabe culture, but I would assume that for elders receiving say an extra amount, that may be because of their age or their needs related to like living expenses, and maybe the fact that they are no longer working. Are those correct assumptions?
Correct.
Okay. So with that being said, the revenue allocation plan does allow for elders to receive an increased amount, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to emphasize the last portion of that sub C, the revenue allocation plan does say same share, correct? I mean, it anticipates that people in classes, whether they're an adult or they're an elder or they're a minor, are to receive disbursements in equal shares, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Reynolds, Your Honor.
Mr. Benson, do you have any further questions for the defendant?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds,
Yes, sir.
I may have some questions for you later. Will you be available?
Yes, sir.
All right. How would I get a hold of you? Through Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to excuse you from the stand, but I may be calling you back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams?
Yeah, and I my apologies, Your Honor, but I can't remember when you had proposed that maybe we take a break.
Looking at 1:30.
Okay. Would it be possible for us to take a break now? Because I've got a witness that is scheduled to join us at 2:30, and then another witness at 3:30. So I would propose that we take a break now for 30 or 40 minutes, and then when we come back, then I plan on calling Miss Emery as a witness.
Is 1:30 okay with everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams, 1:30 okay?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to recess until 1:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Katie,
Yes,
can you give me a call on a related matter?
okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Is everybody here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, wait a minute. We're missing Katie Merle, the most important person.
And Your Honor, your video is not on yet.
Take care of that. Katie, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. No video? Yeah. Can see your door. Okay. All right, call the case.
Case today is in the interest of St. Croix, Chippewa, of Wisconsin versus Raven Emery. Case number 20-CV-211. Presiding today is Honorable Judge Stephen Woolley. The appearances for the record, Your Honor, are rebel attorneys Ashley Duffy, Andrew Adams, and Leah Jurd. The defendant, Raven Emery, with her attorney, Adam Benson.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back from lunch. It was a convenient time for a break, so we will go. So we feel in a couple hours. Okay, Mr. Adams, you have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Miss Raven Emery as a witness, please.
Swear to witness, please.
Yes. Please, Emery, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Adams.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Miss Emery. Would you please state your first or your full name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Raven Emery.
Okay, do you have a middle name by chance?
Yeah, Raven Mercedes Emery.
Okay, thank you. What is it my understanding that do you live in outside of Wisconsin?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you provide your address for the record, please?
I live at 6987 Canvasback Drive, Fishers, Indiana, 46038.
Okay, great.
1904.
Okay, thank you. And are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and who is your employer?
Youth Villages.
Okay. And can you I'm assuming that you're originally from Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you grow up at?
I grew up in, it's technically Webster, Wisconsin is the address.
Okay. Okay. And did you grow up on the Sand Lake reservation in the St. Croix community?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. And where did you attend high school?
Siren High School.
Okay. And where did you attend college?
The Ohio State University.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so, Miss Emery, I am going to share my screen so that you can view a document that is It's labeled as Exhibit 8, and we provided this to your attorney before the trial. And so this document has when I say it's got a stamp, it's got a Bates stamp, like we stamp all of the documents just so that they're in order and it's easy for us to kind of follow along in terms of where we're at. So this one is stamped 0114, and are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, it's the application for receiving money through the education program.
Okay, and would it be the education program at the tribe?
Yes, that one.
Okay, and are you an enrolled tribal member or are you a descendant?
I'm an enrolled tribal member.
Okay, so you're an enrolled tribal member of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. And yep, and so you remember, like were you the one that actually filled this application out, or did someone else fill it out on your behalf?
I am the one who actually filled out this application.
Okay. And at the time that you were filling it out, had you already been accepted to Ohio State University?
Yes, I had.
Okay. And can you explain to me, like at the time that you filled this out, like what your understanding was of as a tribal member of like any type of assistance or programs that the tribe may have for folks like yourself that were going off to college?
At the time, through this application, I was going to receive an amount of money to help pay for tuition.
Okay. And do you know, like at the time, did you know if there was like a ceiling on the amount that the tribal government could provide to you?
I think on this application it said 3,000, but I didn't know that I couldn't ask for more.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I would ask that, or I'm sorry, let me take it back. So, this next document, Miss Emery, that has the stamp of 0115. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, it is my acceptance letter for the Ohio State University.
Okay, so this is the letter where the university offered you admission for undergraduate studies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I would assume that you had to provide that as part of the application. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then this document, the 0116, I would assume that this was part of your application to the tribe's higher education department?
Yes, it is. That is my tribal ID.
Okay, thank you. And then 0117, again, I would assume that this was part of your higher ed application?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this is like proof of Indian blood in St. Croix?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And 0118, again, I would assume that this is part of the application to the higher ed department?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are you familiar with a W-9?
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain to me like what your understanding of the purpose that a W-9 serves?
It serves. It's for taxes. I'm not sure much more about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Your Honor, I would ask that that all of the documents that comprise of Exhibit 8, which start at stamp 0114 and run to 0118, be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 8.
Mr. Benson.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 8 accepted as evidence. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And so this next document, Miss Emery, with the stamp of 0123, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain to me in your own words what this document is?
It's the financial aid application for the BIA Indian grant.
Okay,
And what's required for it.
okay. And 0124, I assume that like this is just a continuation of the first page?
Yes.
Okay. And 0125, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to me like what this document is?
The higher education program certification, and it's the start of the application.
Okay. And 0126, this is are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and this is part of the application also?
Yes, it is. It's the student contact information.
Okay. And 0127, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document is?
This is a release granting the tribe to see my school records.
Okay. And 0128, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and this is part of the application also?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And 0129, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what is this document, please?
This is admission to my exploration program at Ohio State.
Okay, and was the exploration, was it a program inside the university?
Yes, it was. It's like being undecided major.
Okay. And 0130, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this document?
It is my dad's tribal ID.
Okay, and was that part of the application also?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why they asked for parent IDs as part of the application?
From my understanding, it was to prove that I'm also a descendant and he was part of the tribe.
Okay. And 0131, can you see this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what this document is?
It is the back of my dad's tribal ID.
Okay, for, as part of the application?
Yes.
Okay. And this 0132, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what this document is?
It's a copy of my birth certificate.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I would ask that the documents that are that start with the stamp of 0123 and continue to 0132 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 9.
Benson,
No objection.
Exhibit 9 is admitted as evidence without objection. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Miss Emery, this this next document, the 0140, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you explain to me what this document represents?
It's the award summary of what I received for financial aid.
Okay, and did this cover like all of your expenses?
It did not, no.
Okay, do you recall like the difference between like say what they provided to you and what it was going to cost?
I cannot recall at this time.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that that document 0140 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 10.
Mr. Benson,
No objection.
Exhibit 10 is accepted as evidence without objection.
Okay, this next document, Miss Emery, with the stamp of 0170, are you familiar with this document at all? Have you seen this document before?
I have seen this before, yes.
Okay. And can you explain to me like your understanding of what this document represents?
I guess a receipt or a voucher of what they paid me through the education program at the tribe.
Okay. Yep. And do you recall if I would assume that this was part of like the application that you had submitted previously?
I don't know if it's a part of the application.
Did you have to apply for aid like
Yes.
every like kind of academic year that you were at Ohio State?
Yes.
Okay. And that original application was what was your first year in 2013?
Yes, it was 2013.
Okay. And so this next page, the 0171, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to me just like what this document represents?
It's the fees I had for tuition in spring of 2015.
Okay. And so I'm assuming this would be like, it pretty much is a statement of all of the expenses that you had with Ohio State, like as of January 5th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And it identifies that you had a balance due as of that date of $9,294.60.
Yes.
Okay. And so this next document, the 0172, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to me what this document represents?
This is the check from that application, and it was sent to Ohio State.
Okay, so this is money from tribe's higher education department that was sent to Ohio State on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay. And so with this 2,500, Miss Emery, like you knew when you were applying to the tribe's education department that if they approved your request, that like then they would send the funds to Ohio State?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay. And so you received this statement on January 5th of 2015, and then this check is dated January 22nd of 2015. So I would assume that the statement was provided to the education department for the tribe?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that documents stamped 0170 through so 0170 to 0172, and then additionally, or I'm sorry, just 0170 to 0172 be admitted to evidence as Exhibit 11.
Mr. Benson,
No objection.
the exhibit number 11 is admitted without objection. You may continue.
And so, Miss Emery, this document that is stamped 0344, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what this document is?
It is the same check, just a
Okay.
copy and back of it.
Yeah, and so on January 22nd of 2015, were you enrolled at Ohio State University?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so you were actively taking classes and living in Columbus, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that document stamp 0344 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 12.
Mr. Benson,
No objection.
exhibit 12 is entered as evidence without objection. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. This next document, Miss Emery, that has the stamp of 0245, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what does this document represent?
This is a check for $3,000 for a study abroad.
Okay, and oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it says my dad picked it up.
Okay, and it's dated June 25th of 2015, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall when your study abroad started?
July 28th of 2015.
Okay, so this check was like right before your study abroad was to start?
Yes.
Okay. And this document, the 0246, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, and what does this document represent?
This is the receipt of the check that we just talked about.
Okay. And 0247, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document represents?
This is the budget for my study abroad.
Okay. And is this a document that, that you created, or did someone else create this budget?
I created it.
Okay. And 0248, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what does this document represent?
This is the invoice for my study abroad tour.
Okay. And 0249, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what does this document represent?
Confirmation of my flights for the study abroad.
Okay. And this 0252, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes,
Okay, and what does this document represent?
this is the guidelines for the second year transformational experience program proposal.
Okay. And is this a document that you created, or did someone else create this one?
Someone else created it.
Okay. And is the STEP program part of the study abroad?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this 0254, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you create this document, or did someone else create it?
I created this document.
Okay. And what was the purpose of this document?
This was my submission for my study abroad proposal through the STEP program.
Okay. And what was this kind of like an application into the program?
No, this was just the proposal of that was required to be a part of the program.
Okay. So what was this document created before you went on the study abroad, or afterwards, or during?
It was before.
Okay, it was before. Okay. And 0258, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what this document represents?
This is confirmation of my reservation through G Adventures for my study abroad program.
Okay. Okay. So Your Honor, I would ask that starting with document stamp 0245 and continuing on to document stamp 0259 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 13.
Benson?
No objection.
And so,
13, admitted as evidence. You may continue.
my apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Emery, would it be fair to say that that the $3,000 that where the check was cut to you in June of 2015, that was tied to your study abroad?
Yes.
Okay. And so this document 0345, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you explain to me what this document represents?
It is the $3,000 check for the study abroad program.
Okay. And on the back of the check, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that Exhibit 14 be admitted onto the record.
Mr. Hammond,
No objection.
Mr. President, excuse me. Okay, Exhibit 14 is admitted without objection. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Miss Emery, this document that is stamped 0261, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes,
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document represents?
it's a check for the entirety of the study abroad program.
Okay, and so when you say entirety, is this like the amount that would cover whatever the 3,000 from the tribe didn't cover?
Yes,
Okay. And the 0262, this document, are you familiar with this document at all?
yes.
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document represents?
Request for disbursement for the study abroad program.
Okay. And 0263, this is that same budget that you had drafted earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Miss Emery, when it comes to this request for disbursement, do you recall having any conversations with Miss Till or Mr. Ustagoff in terms of getting assistance from the casino related to the study abroad?
I think there was one email where Ms. Till asked me about it.
Okay. And can you just explain to me like how this, like from your standpoint, like how this check came about?
I was just asking my dad for help.
Okay. So you approached your dad, Dwayne Emery, for like some type of help related to the balance related to the the study abroad, the 6,600?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you didn't have any conversations with Mr. Ustagoff about the check?
I did not know.
Okay. And are you related in any way to Mr. Ustagoff?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to me your relation to Mr. Ustagoff?
He is a cousin.
Okay. And so did it come as a surprise to you that like the casino was able to provide funds for the study abroad?
I did not know it came from the casino.
Okay. Did you like physically receive like a copy of this check?
I did not. No.
Okay. Do you know who did receive a copy of the check?
Yes, it was my dad.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that that document 02, or I'm sorry, these might have already been admitted. Just bear with me for a second, Your Honor. Yeah, I believe, Miss Merrill, can you confirm that Exhibit 15 has already been admitted onto the record?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. So, Miss Emery, this this document with the stamp of 0341, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that this is like a front and back copy of that study abroad check from the casino?
Yes,
Okay, and is that your signature on the back of the check?
it is not.
Okay, do you know whose signature it is?
It would be my father.
Okay. And do you know if your dad deposited the check into your account?
I do know that. Yes, he did.
Okay, did you give him authorization to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and so once the check was deposited into your account, then I'm assuming like, you know, you made payment or like facilitated some way to get that balance covered with the proceeds of this check, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And it like, is there any reason why you didn't sign it? Like, were you just not in town, or is there any particular reason why your dad signed it?
There's not a particular reason. I think I was out of town.
Okay. And at the time, were you living in Ohio?
No.
Were you living in Wisconsin at the time?
Yes, it was during the summer that I was living in Wisconsin.
Okay. Okay, so so this next document, Miss Emery, that has the stamp of 0280, are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to me what this document represents?
Yes, it is half of the money for my tuition in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And do you recall if were you receiving like assistance from the tribe's higher education department at the same time for like this time period at Ohio State that you were receiving assistance from the casino?
I was not aware that I was receiving assistance from the casino, and I can't recall if I received from higher education for this semester.
Okay. And so, Miss Emery, this this document with the stamp of 0282, can you tell me what this document represents?
Yes, this is an email I sent to Penny because she was asking about the specifics of how to get help for tuition.
Okay, so you just testified that you weren't aware that you were getting assistance from the casino, but this is an email to the casino concerning tuition, correct?
Yes, I didn't realize where she worked.
Okay, despite the fact that St. Croix Casino's in her email address?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall like the extent of the conversations that you had with Miss Till concerning this check? Was it just this email or were there other conversations?
It was just this email.
Okay, did you have any conversations with anyone else, like your dad or Mr. Ustagoff related to this assistance?
Yes, with my dad.
Okay, and can you tell me what the nature of that conversation was?
I had asked him for help for tuition, and then he asked me to send this email to Penny with this information.
Okay. So Miss Emery, this check is in January of 2017. And then in February of 17, we've got another check. And it's got the stamp of 0283. Can you tell me what this check is for?
It's the second half of the tuition.
Okay, so the check in January was for the first semester, and then the check in February is for the second semester?
No, they're both for the same semester.
Oh, okay, so it's somewhere between like 14 and 15,000 a semester?
Yes.
Okay. And so this document that is Exhibit 21, and it's got the date of August 29th of 2017. Can you explain to me, like from your standpoint, Miss Emery, what this document represents?
Half of the tuition payment for the fall semester of 2017.
Okay. And so this check for so Exhibit 23, which is less than a month, it's actually about a week, maybe 2 weeks from that other check. Is this amount, the $7,337.40, is that for the same semester?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I would assume the same would hold true for Exhibit 25, that this is the first, payment, and then the second payment would be the one on January 19th of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And during all of those semesters where the casino is covering like these expenses, were you enrolled at Ohio State?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and living in Columbus, Ohio at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And so Miss Emery, like you, like it sounds like when you made requests for assistance, those were like through your dad when it came to the checks that were generated by the casino?
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Emery, did it come as a surprise to you that like you were receiving assistance from the casino for these checks to cover like these semesters of expenses?
Once I knew it came from the casino, yes, I thought it was surprising.
Okay. And any particular reason why it struck you by surprise?
Well, I've never seen the checks until this case in the NOV.
Okay. And did your dad ever tell you like why they were coming from the casino?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did your dad ever like lead you to believe that like they were coming from someplace else besides the casino?
Um, from my understanding, I never knew it was coming from the casino. I thought it was just extra help that the tribe had or through the higher education program.
Okay. Yep. And do you recall during this time, would the tribe's higher education department like ever send statements to you concerning like aid sent to Ohio State?
No, I can't recall.
Okay, and I would assume you didn't receive like any type of statements from the casino kind of showing um like like uh like say financial assistance that was sent to Ohio State on your behalf?
No.
Okay. And do you recall like during these years and like 2017 and 2018 and stuff like that, do you ever recall receiving any type of like tax statements from the tribe or from the casino of financial assistance that they had paid on your behalf to Ohio State?
No.
Okay. Do you ever recall like declaring it on any of your tax returns in 2017 or 2018?
I would not know. I had my mom do my taxes.
Okay. Okay. But you recall filing personal income taxes for the federal government in the state of Wisconsin in 2017 and 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Um, at like any point, Miss Emery, did you ever feel like you were receiving preferential treatment related to these financial aid awards from the casino?
No, I didn't know. I didn't think it was preferential treatment.
Okay. Um, well, you know, let's see. And Miss Emery, this document with stamp of 0103, and it goes to 01 zero 0313. So I'm sorry, it goes from 0103 to 0113, and it's titled the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin Higher Education Policies and Procedures. Are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of this thing, on or towards the end on 0108, do you recall like signing a document that's similar to this in terms of like the financial aid award agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, that's all of the questions I have for Miss Emery.
Witness, Mr. Benson.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer until plaintiffs end their case and I can directly examine my client when we present our case.
All right. I may have questions for the witness, but if you're going to call her again later on, I'm going to save my question until you're done talking to her.
And
Okay, Ms. Emery, you step down. Do you have other witnesses, Mr. Adams?
I do, but he will be joining us at 2:30. So in
Let's take a
about,
10-minute break.
okay, thank you.
So we'll take a short pause.
Good afternoon, Colonel Adam Benson calling. I'm William Benson's father, calling to RSVP for military awards night. My wife and I and William will all be there. If you have any questions, certainly let me know. 612-803-0688. Thank you very much. Bye.
How you doing, Rick?
I'm doing good. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're ready to go back on the record.
Yes, sir.
Is your witness ready? Is that Mr. Peterson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, when the witness, please.
Yes. Raise your right hand, please. Rick, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Yeah, my apologies. I forgot to ask leave of the court to have Mr. Peterson affirm because by swearing, it would run counter to his religious beliefs.
Sorry, Rick.
Mr. Peterson's been in court before, and we accept his affirmation. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Welcome.
And thank you, Ms. Merrill. All right, so Mr. Peterson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And could you state your name for the record, your entire name for the record, please?
My name is Ricky Dwayne Peterson. I go by Rick.
And Your Honor, I have and it might be Ashley Duffy who's trying to join by phone. Do you mind if I admit the person and ask if it's Attorney Duffy?
Please.
Hello, caller with the number ending 4529. Can you please identify yourself?
Yes, this is Tribal Attorney Ashley Duffy. I had to appear by phone instead of Zoom as I had an election thing come up and I have to get on the road and go down to Turtle Lake.
Your Honor, is it okay if Ms. Duffy participates via phone?
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peterson, can you tell me what or who your employer is?
My employer is a St. Croix Tribal Council, St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you. And what is your title, Mr. Peterson?
My title is Comptroller CFO.
Okay. And can you just kind of explain to me what your job duties entail?
Sure. I oversee our government's accounting office, the finance office, supervise a staff of 10 to 12, overseeing the recording of all financial government activities in the non-gaming enterprises such as our Four Winds grocery store. So we perform many duties from payroll to accounts payable, financial reporting, cash receipts, cash disbursements.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peterson, how long have you been in that position in your current capacity?
I was rehired here in November 2015. I've been with the tribe off and on since June of 1995 in the similar capacity.
Okay. And are there other positions or functions that you've served at St. Croix?
Yes, over the years, interim CFO at the casino, 2007 to 9. Assist. I was on the Economic Development Section 17 Corporation for a year and a half, 2017 to 2019. Been on several finance committee boards that were appointed by the tribe over the years. None are active at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And so Mr. Peterson, there's been a number of exhibits that the tribe has asked the court to admit onto the record. And I'm going to share with you one of these exhibits. It's exhibit number 4. And so, Mr. Peterson, can you see that document that I'm sharing with the folks in this video hearing?
I see proposed civil fine assessment.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you explain to me like what your understanding of what this document represents?
This represents a summary of findings after NIGC inquiry, investigation into some of the casino distributions as it relates to compliance with IGRA. And this is the proposed assessment fines from being in non-compliance with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, IGRA.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, it's my understanding that the NIGC, when this document was signed on May 9th of 2019, that the NIGC was proposing a $5.5 million fine against the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. Is that your understanding of the nature of the fine also?
In May of 2019, that is correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Peterson, I'm gonna share with you what's marked as Exhibit 5 for this case. And are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and can you explain to me what this document represents?
This document represents the final settlement, I think it was in August of 2020. And it has reduced the proposed fine down to $4.5 million with certain cash payments over 5 years and certain obligations in the sense of requirements, reporting, audits over the next 3 years that the tribe, but it represents what the fines entail and the individuals responsible to keep certain things in compliance, the tribe with the NIGC.
Yeah, and on page 2 of this document, Mr. Peterson, it reads to my understanding is that it actually reduces the fine by $4.5 million, but the tribe has to meet certain requirements to, I guess, like for that amount to reach that reduced amount. And if the tribe doesn't, then the tribe actually could be paying, closer to the 5.5 million instead of 1 million. Is that your understanding also?
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Okay. And so Mr. Peterson, can you just explain to me from your perspective as the tribe CFO, the impact that the notice of proposed civil fine and then now this settlement agreement has had on the tribe and the tribal government?
It's been an additional burden. I think none of us knew the pandemic was going to happen around this time as well, as we go fast forward a little bit, but it did require some reduced distributions for other programs and services, and also trying the best as we can over time to set aside that 4.5 million, the 3.5 million it's not completely forgiven, it's suspended. So they might reinstate them if we don't do X, Y, and Z that's in this document. So we do have to set aside monies as we can.
And Mr. Peterson, from your standpoint, when you say it's impacted distributions, has the notice of proposed civil fine and the settlement agreement, have they impacted, say, programs or other tribal expenditures that are meant to assist tribal members directly?
I can't say how much per program, but it does impact in the sense that we have to be mindful of this contingent liability and setting aside $3.5 million over the next 3 years to prepare if we do not meet all the requirements in the settlement. We do have to forego, or at least cannot expand any services that we are currently doing. So how much of an impact is hard to say, but it does cause budgeting constraints in certain areas.
Okay, and so, Mr. Peterson, would it be fair to say that if the notice of proposed civil fine and then the settlement agreement, if this whole thing had not happened, that the tribe would be in a better financial position today than it finds itself currently in?
Yes, we would be in a better financial position going forward if this was not in place.
Okay, and so then it's fair to say that this investigation and then this assessment of civil penalties against the tribe by the NIGC, it has created a harm to the tribe.
It has. We acknowledge, the tribe acknowledges these remedies that we have to do, but there is an acknowledgement of harm for the tribal government's budgets. Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, I'm gonna just bear with me for a second. Let's see. So, Mr. Peterson, you have testified that in in the past, you've also served as a CFO for the Tribes Casino.
Yes, I have in the past.
Yeah, and so this document that I'm showing you right now, which is labeled Exhibit 15, at least from your vantage point, you know, sitting there at your office and looking at this document, does this appear to be like a check that was issued by the St. Croix casinos?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to, you know, recollect every occurrence of this when you were at the casino, but do you recall with any type of frequency how often or how seldom it was for the casino to issue checks to individual people that are outside of like a payroll type check?
Outside of payroll or regular vendors, business vendors, no, it was not a lot. It was, if it happened, normally if it's over like 5,000, or I think when I was down there it was a little higher, I would have to review those documents.
Okay, and when you were the CFO at the casino, Mr. Peterson, were there ever in your role as a CFO, would you review disbursements before they left the casino, like internally before, say, checks were provided to vendors?
It was my responsibility to oversee all the disbursements. I would, accounts payable disbursements department would prepare them, produce them. Some of them were normal and customary. Others, dollar amounts, I would review, but I had the opportunity to review every check that was produced before it was released.
Okay, and what was the time frame of your tenure as CFO of the casino? Do you recall?
2007 to 2009, I believe, about a year and a half, 2 years possibly, as an interim CFO.
Okay, and do you recall who was the CEO during that time?
Dino Ustagoff.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, like during that time when you were the CFO, were there ever any instances where you questioned disbursements that were leaving the casino to, say, Mr. Ustagoff?
I would question and circle back to him when there would be payroll advances, or if there was a large one I didn't quite understand what this transaction was about. On occasion, I would ask about the employees' hardship program, some of the guidelines there.
And what was the nature of like your questioning of the guidelines? What was the concern?
Well, working up with the government, we would go through a process of what people would need, some emergency assistance. We would have some protocol to go through. So I asked the same thing for the employees' hardship program. You know, what's the protocol, what's the procedures, how often it can happen and whatnot. So it was just a little bit new to me when I was down there. So I asked a few more questions. Normally not a lot of questions when it came to business vendors or employees' regular payroll. Seems to have, there was some checks and balances there as far as authorization. So that was the nature of asking those types of questions.
Yeah. Did you ever encounter any type of disagreement or arguments with Mr. Ustagoff about any of those disbursements?
When it came to payroll, yes, when I asked about employee advances or early check release, you know, basically what's the reason for releasing the check early? Gets into constructive receipt a little bit and got a little discussions back with, you know, back and forth about that.
Okay. Did Mr. Ustagoff ever just tell you to authorize something without like being concerned about it, or did he ever threaten your position of employment?
When I was down there, no, didn't go to that level. No, it just, you know, it just got pointed in the sense, I need more information. Tell me what's going on.
Okay.
Just some conversations back and forth, and but no threats as to why I was questioning.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, this document that is labeled Exhibit 17, we've heard prior testimony that this represents a check to Ohio State University on Miss Emery's behalf. And it was cut by St. Croix Turtle Lake. And I'm not going to ask you to testify to this check in particular, but I'm just curious, during the time that you were at the casino as the casino CFO, if you recall any instances where the casino was making tuition payments on behalf of individuals?
No, I wasn't aware of any of those for university payments on the behalf of individuals. No.
Okay. And Mr. Peterson, are you familiar at all with the tribal governmental higher education program that the tribe administers?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so, Mr. Peterson, if this exhibit or this document that's marked as Exhibit 11, are you familiar, maybe not specifically with this check, but with what this document represents?
Yes, I'm familiar with this document and what it represents.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that this is what a check from the tribal government would look like?
Yes, it would. This would be through our BIA higher education program.
Okay. And are you familiar with the guidelines for this program, Mr. Peterson?
I'm aware of them. I don't know them in detail, but I know there's a certain amount per semester based upon how many students are being enrolled at the time. And it's usually anywhere from 2,200 up to 20, maybe 2,500 as represented here, but it can fluctuate a bit.
Okay. And that fluctuation, I would assume, would be based partially on the number of students being served?
That is correct.
Okay, so the BIA bases it on some type of like census data or the number of tribal members that would be eligible for higher education services?
BIA allows discretion at the tribal level to set per semester, per amounts based upon student populations and potential needs, not for one semester, but for the next semester, given that they only get a certain amount per year appropriated from the government.
Okay, and that's a key point, Mr. Peterson. So when you say appropriated, I'm assuming that the funds that are dispersed at the tribal governmental level for this program, that either a portion or all of those funds come from the federal government?
Yes, for this BIA program, they do come from the federal government.
Okay, so do all of the funds or a percentage of the funds on an annual basis come from the federal government?
This is this time frame 2015-ish. It was that's the only program that was available that I'm aware of for tuition, room and board, financial aid for students.
And I guess the question that I'm asking is, on the tribe's budget, the governmental budget for this program, is that budget being funded solely by federal funds, or is it being augmented by tribal funds?
No, it's all 100% federal funding.
Okay. And do you recall, Mr. Peterson, if the tribal government had any other separate higher education programs for tribal members during this time frame?
Not during this time frame. A decade before, yes.
Okay. And a decade before, would the tribe augment like some of that programming with the tribe's own money?
Yes, they would. They did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But during this time period, all of the funds are like 100% of the budget is coming from federal Indian education monies.
Correct. I'm not aware of any other source of funding that was distributed from the general fund to help during this time frame.
Okay, and then also, Mr. Emery, I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, during the time that you were down at the casino as the CFO, do you recall the way that the donation program worked for the casino?
It was mostly through the marketing budget. It was mostly geared towards helping local school districts, fire districts, police departments. I'm not aware of too much for individual donations to individuals. Sometimes it would happen for Salvation Army, but the most I saw was for school districts, programs, sporting events, possibly fire departments.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of the questions that I have for Mr. Peterson, Your Honor.
Mr. Benson?
Thank you, Your Honor. So you said you were the CFO at the casino from 2007 to 2009, correct?
Yes,
And at that time, Dino Ustagoff was the CEO?
I think he was the general manager of the Turtle Lake Casino. I'm not sure if he had the CEO title back then.
Okay. So back then, if he was general manager, did he have the authority to cut checks at that time to causes, either donations, or you said you maybe had some go around with him on some checks? Did he have the authority as general manager to issue those checks?
Yes.
Okay. And then when, if you recall, approximately what times was Mr. Ustagoff the CEO of the tribe?
Oh, goodness. I don't know if I can give you a good answer there as to when he was CEO. I know in 2015, when I came back, he was the CEO. So 2015 through 2019, 20, probably 2019.
And Attorney Adams had brought up the donation program, and you said that went through it was part of the marketing budget, if I heard correctly?
Yes, it was more of a marketing and public relations budget.
Okay.
The
And you said
donations.
school districts, police departments, fire departments to sponsor sporting events, things like that?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if that's still how it's handled at the casino level?
They have a committee now, and there's a resolution and a policy that's been established about a year ago.
Okay.
So a little
And
bit
that
more
was
guidelines.
that was after the fine came down, correct?
Yeah, there was some efforts prior to get some drafts put together, but yes, it was in response
Well,
to settlement.
When you were CFO at the casino, you said it was rare that maybe an individual, outside of payroll or vendors would receive monies. Am I accurate in that assessment?
The third one was employee hardship for help with the utility bill on occasion. So
Okay, so there was a policy, at least at some point, to help individuals.
it was employee hardship, so they had to be an employee of one of the 3 casinos for the employee hardship program. The marketing budget, I'm not sure if it's focused at the individuals as much as it was at a school district or a police department.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams?
Just one quick clarifying question, Mr. Peterson. So when checks or some other type of disbursement would go to an individual during that time period, just to be clear, those were employees of the casino, correct?
That was my understanding when I was the interim CFO back in 2009 timeframe. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, that's all of the questions that I have for Mr. Peterson.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, you can step down. The court thanks you.
Thank you. I can sign off.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe my next witness is ready. Hold on. Okay. Hello, Miss Washington.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Yeah, thank you for making some time for us. Your Honor, I'd like to call Miss Karen Washington next as a witness on behalf of the tribe.
Swear in the witness, please.
Okay. Karen, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Adams.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Miss Washington. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Karen M. Washington.
Okay, and Miss Washington, are you a tribal member at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and could you please let us know who your current employer is?
It's the St. Croix Chippewa.
Okay, and what department do you work in?
I work in education.
Okay, and what's your job title?
I currently work as the St. Croix Education Youth Director.
Okay, and how long have you worked for the tribe?
Since 2011.
Okay, and have you held other positions during that time?
Yes, I've always worked for the tribe. I started back in 91. Well, actually, even before that, I worked in the old Brenneman's building as a casino floor clerk, and I have since worked all the way through for the tribe.
Okay, and have you held any other positions in the education department for the tribe?
No, nope.
Okay. And can you just provide us with like kind of a summary of your job duties?
Right now,
Um,
I,
oh yeah, I'm sorry.
for education, I oversee all the grants, which fall under the CTGP grants. That's the consolidated grants, which used to be BIA Youth, JOM, and our higher ed. And it also includes job placement and training.
Okay, in the JOM, is that the Johnson O'Malley program?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so my understanding of Johnson O'Malley is that it's like a federally funded program for Indian youth, like K through 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you stated you oversaw the tribe's higher education department also, or higher education grants?
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so can you explain to the court like where that funding comes from for Johnson O'Malley and the higher education?
It comes up from a federally funded program, and it's actually split among different programs like ICW, the fire department. There's like a consolidated grants that are split out within the tribe.
Okay, and so the tribe's budget on an annual basis for higher education, is the tribe's budget, is it funded 100% from federal funds, or does the tribe itself also contribute to that budget?
That I don't know. You'd have to ask leadership if they contribute to that.
Okay. But at least the higher education program that you administer, is that all federally funded?
For the budget that we receive for higher ed, there's a certain amount that's allowed to go towards scholarships. But we can also assist with salaries, like the Johnson O'Malley portion does pay for our St. Croix coordinators that work at the different school districts that house many of our tribal students.
Okay. And for the higher education program, is there like either annual or semester limits on the amount of an award that a St. Croix College student could receive?
Yes, we do have procedures that a student needs to go by when it comes to receiving the St. Croix Financial Aid Award. It was renamed St. Croix Financial Aid Award, but it's actually higher ed. And
Okay.
in order to receive that, you apply. And we try to help as many students as we can through the program.
Okay. And oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One of the main requirements is that they have to maintain a 2.5 GPA. Every semester, they turn in their class schedule to me and their tuition billing.
Okay, and Miss Washington, I've got a document that I'm gonna share over the Zoom. And this document, it's got a stamp in the bottom right-hand corner, 0103. And are you familiar with this document at all?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what this document represents?
That's our procedures to receive higher education funding.
Okay. So this is a document that that like is part of your department and it's shared with any tribal members that ask for it?
Yes, as long as you are that 1/4 degree
Yep.
from St. Croix.
Okay. Yep. And so if we scroll down, and so they're under, we'll call it Article 7 of the policies. Is there is there the possibility of like a student receiving some additional monies if they make like a higher GPA or something like that?
Yes, if they get on the deeds list or the president's list,
Okay,
They
so, oh, I'm sorry.
they receive additional funding.
Okay, so it's kind of a way to incentivize students to attain some higher grades in their college classes?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know just kind of not on a like on a specific basis, but just generally how much say like a dean's list or a president's list would be worth for like an individual student, like say in the last year or two?
You mean if they receive, if they get on the dean's list, they usually provide me with a letter stating that they've made the dean's list, and that gives them an additional $500 to go towards tuition.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so this document with the stamp of 0109, is this an agreement that all of your awardees have to fill out and get back to you guys?
Yes.
Okay. And then the zero, this one that's stamped 0110, I'm assuming that like this is part of the application process?
Yes.
Okay. And so is this kind of like an internal like checklist for you guys to just ensure that you've received all the documents that the application calls for?
Yes, we start a school file for the students.
Okay. And then this document, the 0111, this is also part of the application process?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what this document represents?
Sometimes I have students who just prefer for me to contact the school. So either I contact financial aid to receive their billing, and sometimes the student will allow me to go into their student account to log on and retrieve their grades or their billing.
Okay. And this 0112, I would assume this is part of the process also?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just contact info so you guys can track a student down?
Yep.
Okay. And then the 0113, can you tell me what this document represents?
That used to be used for when a student needed to take a college tour. If we had additional funding, we would help them out with college trips.
Okay. So someone who was in high school and thinking about going to a particular college.
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Washington, do you know if this like would you guys provide this to students on, was it kind of like first come first serve, or was it on a need basis, or?
We haven't done a college tour and it's been a long time, so we
Okay.
don't really utilize this anymore.
Okay. And the 0312 and 0313. So are can you tell me what these documents represent?
That's the actual application for the scholarship.
Okay, okay. So Your Honor, I would ask that for Exhibit 6, which is marked as date stamp 0103 to 0313 be admitted on the record as Exhibit 6.
I believe we've already done that, though, Mr. Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I have my notes. That one hadn't come in yet, and I wouldn't
I
have
don't-
an objection, so.
Okay.
Okay, does everyone come on?
It was mentioned, but it was never admitted.
Okay. So, Mr. Benson, you have no objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so for Exhibit 6, the higher education policy and procedures, it's accepted without objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And then I'd also ask that I don't believe what's marked as 7 has been admitted to evidence. Miss Merrill, have I asked the court to accept this one?
No, you have not.
Okay, so I would ask, Your Honor, that what's marked as stamped with 0312 and 0313 be admitted on the record as Exhibit 7.
Mr. Benson?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 7, financial aid award application is admitted as evidence without objection. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Miss Washington, are you in 2013? Were you in your current position in reviewing financial aid applications for tribal members?
Yes,
Okay, are you familiar with this application that was submitted by Miss Emery?
yes, that's our old application.
Okay. And I would assume that you would review this and provide some type of recommendation to whoever, or I actually strike that. So under the education department, do you have authority to approve the financial aid awards, or do you make recommendations to somebody else for approval?
No, they just come through me.
Okay. Okay. And so this document, Miss Washington, that is stamped as Exhibit 9. I would assume that this would be a continuation of Miss Emery's application, where she signed off on the waivers and provided other evidence of enrollment at Ohio State.
Yes,
Okay. And so starting with this document, Ms. Washington, this is marked as Exhibit 11. And are you familiar with what this document represents? Like, generally familiar with an accounting department payment voucher?
yes.
Okay. And can you just explain to me, like, what purpose this document serves for your work?
Whenever we start processing a student and they forward their letter of acceptance or their class schedule to education, what we'll do is get a voucher ready for accounting and put the amount that they're eligible for that semester.
Okay. And on this document, where it's got program director signature, is that your signature, Miss Washington?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And so this document with the stamp of 0171, and it's also marked as Exhibit 11. This is a statement that's dated January 5th of 2015. So it's about a week or so, or a few days before you signed off on that voucher. And I'm assuming that like this statement was part of the process for providing the funds to Miss Emery?
yes,
Okay. And so the end result of like that process would be the tribal government cutting a check like this on behalf of the student to their respective university, correct?
yes, after it goes through finance.
Okay, thank you. And so Ms. Washington, this check, are you familiar with this check at all? Or this document that's marked as Exhibit 13?
I don't usually see the checks after the
Okay.
voucher goes up to finance. I don't see what checks are printed.
Okay. But for this one, that is stamped, it's got the 0246 and it's Exhibit 13. Is that your signature on the payment voucher?
Yes,
Okay. And so do you recall if we've heard prior testimony during the case that Miss Emery participated in a study abroad program, and the payment voucher states that it's reimbursement for a step study abroad tour. Do you recall if other St. Croix college students received assistance for study abroad programs also?
yes,
Okay, so it's a common occurrence in terms of college students going abroad and doing a study abroad.
yes.
Okay. And so this document, that the 0247, this budget seems like it corresponds with or it was attached to this request for the study abroad.
Yes.
Okay. And it clearly shows that there's a limit, or at least there's a handwritten note that higher education has an authorization per semester of 3,000. So I'm assuming that's why the check was limited at 300, or not 300, but 3,000.
Yes, if you go back in the procedures, you can see where it includes the study abroad amount, or the study abroad portion of it.
Okay, yep. Okay, and so Miss Washington, in the time that you've been the director of administering this higher education program for the tribe, have you ever had like students that were, say, upset or asked, or actually, let me take a step back. So in the time that you've been administering the program, have you ever had students that have asked for where they've had like a shortfall in their tuition, or at least their award? Have they asked for the department to provide them for funds above and beyond the policy?
No, they know that there's a limit per semester.
Okay. And have you heard of instances where either the tribal council or some other entity related to the tribe has like provided some type of higher education assistance to tribal members?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, Your Honor, I don't have any additional, questions for Ms. Washington.
Mr. Benson?
Thank you. Ms. Washington, can you hear me all right?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you been the Education Youth Director for the tribe?
since 2011.
Okay. And I'm looking at Exhibit 13 that Attorney Adams had put up there. And that's a check to Raven Emery for $3,000. And that is through the HE, higher education.
Yes,
And that is above and beyond was it 2,500 per year or per semester at that point?
yes.
Okay, so a study abroad tour is that a legitimate additional expense that HE can make to a student?
It's kind of like summer school. If they decide to go to summer school also, we provide them with additional funding.
So is this this check to Miss Emery in Exhibit 13, is there anything unusual about that? I mean, you did approve it, correct?
No, it's not unusual. We get students who do go study abroad.
So this was a legitimate disbursement to Miss Emery.
Yes,
Okay. Just very quickly here. So you've worked with Miss Emery the entire time that she was in college.
not the entire time. Students don't always stay in contact with me.
Okay. Do you know if you can say what monies Miss Emery collected from HE?
For totals, I can't tell you right offhand. I'd have to see her file.
Okay, so, but at the time she was utilizing the program through the tribe, was it 2,500 a year or per semester that HE could provide a student?
And when you're looking and see if you date back to, when is it? 2000, when she first entered?
I believe it was
Utilize-
2015.
2015.
Then what was the maximum? Well, it looks like she enrolled in 2013. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
2013, at that time, the maximum amount was 2,500. And then we raised it to 3,000 per semester.
Okay, so is that 25? Oh, that you said per semester then?
Yep.
Okay, and then when was it raised to 3,000?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that right offhand. That wasn't my decision. That was leadership's decision.
Okay, so when you say semester, that also includes summer school?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and is study abroad considered summer school?
Study abroad is an additional, kind of like an incentive. If a student decides to go study abroad, we
Okay.
allow them that additional funding.
Okay, so that I just want to make clear because it's an exhibit here and maybe it's been implied that maybe she shouldn't have received it, but she was entitled to those monies to go on a study abroad tour.
No, that's in addition to.
So but the 3,000, what I'm saying is you authorized that the $3,000 check is legitimate. She didn't cheat the system or anything like that.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, so, Ms. Washington, when, like, during this time period in 2015, when you're providing higher education, assistance to students, I would assume that you're like, when the decision is made to provide the award, that it's not communicated to other people inside the tribe, correct?
No, just to the
Okay.
student.
Right. So, so Miss Emery provides this budget, and I'm not good at math, so I'm just going to add it up really quickly. So 3849 plus the 2019.20 plus the 739, that, at least according to my math, that equals $6,625.59. And so I would assume that you communicated at some point to Miss Emery to let her know that you weren't going to be able to fund the entire amount, that you were just going to be able to fund the 3,000.
That's the amount that is allowed for study abroad.
Yep. And just to be clear, we're not, the tribe is not contesting the fact that she received these funds and that she was not entitled to them. We're not contesting that at all. But Miss Washington, so that check is cut on, for the 3,000, that's cut on June 25th of 2015. And then would it come as a surprise to you that less than a month later, Miss Emery receives a check in the amount of $6,625.59, which represents the entire amount for her study abroad budget, that she received that from St. Croix Casino?
Well, I don't know anything about that, but
Right. And I'm not asking if you had any like background information related to this at all. I'm just asking if it would come if it comes as a surprise to you now to learn that Miss Emery also received a check for the entire amount that she budgeted for the same semester abroad.
yeah.
And I'm also assuming that when St. Croix Casino, in the time that you've been the director, if they've provided assistance to a tribal member for higher education purposes, I'm assuming that they don't communicate that to your office?
No.
Okay. And I'm also asking, in terms of just like procedure, I'm assuming it would be helpful for you to know that, so that it could inform the decisions that your department makes.
Well, I don't know what the procedures are at the casino or what their process is, but this is just for our St. Croix scholarship.
Right. Okay. Yep. Understood. All right. Thank you. That's all of the questions I have for Ms. Washington.
Mr. Benson, do you want to follow up on the question?
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Washington, you're excused, and the court thanks you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams, do you have any other witnesses?
I don't have any other witnesses, Your Honor.
How do we wish to proceed? You come back tomorrow at 11? Or Mr. Benson, do you think we can get through your witness? Is that the only thing you're presenting?
That's the only witness I'm going to call is Miss Emery, and yeah, certainly we could get through that. I anticipating maybe an hour or so, but
You prefer we do it now, or do you want to wait till tomorrow?
well, if it would please the quarter, if they didn't mind, I'd like to be able to, I was gonna ask for a break either way to discuss this with my client. If Attorney Adams doesn't mind picking up again tomorrow, I would prefer to do that, to be honest.
Mr.
I
Adams?
don't have any objections to that at all, Your Honor.
All right.
I mean, I'm also in favor of moving forward, but I also don't object to continuing it until tomorrow.
Let's break until 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you.
And, we'll go from there. Yeah. We're adjourned until 11 o'clock on May 18th. And we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
Yes, you too.
Court's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.